Welcome back, Crack fans, to today's episode of Big Ten tennis coverage here on the Crack Rackets YouTube channel. This is your host, Perry Shinen, joined by super producer Daniel Westoff, and we are going to start today with Maryland, Wisconsin. So Maryland women ranked 49 in the nation, hosting number 19 Wisconsin. And before we get into the match, just wanted to introduce what's really special going on today here at Maryland. And we're talking about Morgan's message. So that's really about mental health awareness. And it's an initiative that was started in memoriam of a Duke lacrosse player who tragically took her own life, Morgan Rogers, back in 2019. So I chatted with the Michigan head coach along with the player who brought this initiative to the tennis program. So we're going to start off with that interview and then we'll get into all the tennis today. So, I first wanted to thank you both for joining us and was wondering if you could tell me about Morgan's message and about what this match means to you.
You know, mental health is at the forefront of all our minds. I mean, it's the prevalence, throughout society is enormous. And then, when it is impacts us, when it's, collegiate athletics that on the surface look like they have everything. They have the scholarship, they're the great athlete, they're, Division I athlete. It's quite shocking when someone takes their own life. And, it's something that as coaches, as a department at Maryland, we're well aware of and trying to, provide the best care we can for everyone. And as an athlete, you're asked so much to, compartmentalize, and we need you to be great for 3 hours on the court, shove everything else, out of your mind. But in life, it's got to be the opposite. You have to be feeling and communicating and talking about all of this. And, it's something near and dear to all of our athletes' lives. And it's impacted, almost every single one of them. Suicide from friends or family. And it's something that we talk about. It's, it's a difficult topic, but we want to make sure at Maryland and in the Big Ten with, all the other schools that this is something that we talk about, that there's no stigma about, and that we're working towards ending.
Mina, what does Sunday's match mean to you?
I think that it's a lot more than tennis. I think we're using tennis as our kind of platform to spread awareness of this obviously important topic, but I think that it's way more than tennis for me, at least. My best friend, dealt with mental health issues, and unfortunately a year and a half ago almost, she passed away, and that was really hard for me. But something good that came out of that is that I promised myself that I would use my voice and my outlet to spread awareness of this issue. And I think that I'm really lucky that I have coaches that are letting me spread that message. And, if we can inspire one or two more teams, that's all I'm happy about. And I hope that more teams can get behind this and just really spread awareness about mental health.
Well, thank you so much for sharing. And I'm really sorry to hear that. And what would you say to, perhaps someone who is struggling now?
I think the biggest thing is just lean on people who have your back. I think it's we hear it all the time, but I think more people need to believe in it. It's okay to not be okay, and it's okay to get help, and that doesn't mean that you're not as strong as the person next to you. If anything, it just means that you're leaning on people who are there for you. So I would just say lean on the people that are there for you. And
Thank you. And Coach, what would you say to a player?
Reach out, just say the word. We have so many resources. And like Mina says, I mean, everybody's got your back. I think the stigma is fading away so quickly, which is a fantastic thing. And reach out, say the word, and, you've got a team around you. I mean, I think that's what Morgan's message, resounds with us so much, because her story is everyone's story, at the Division I level, where if you don't know, you can't help. And, everybody's struggling. That's coaches, support staff, everybody is reach out, and we're here to help.
And when did you both find out about Morgan's message, and how long have you been doing this?
Mino drove this, so she can tell you. And this is our first collaboration with them.
So one of my friends, she's also plays D1 lacrosse, and so she heard about it. And with my friend's passing, she kind of gave me the idea of it, and she said, "Hey, that would be awesome if you can do that." And then brought it up to coaches, and they were more than supportive, and that's kind of how we came up with it, and that's why we're partnering with them.
And so for those of us who don't know, could you tell us a little bit about what does the green mean tomorrow, and what will you be doing with all of the aces?
Yeah, so green is mental health awareness, like their color. So we'll be wearing green shirts with hope on the back of it. And then the aces, for every ace that we hit, we'll be donating $5.
Yeah, so I am, my assistant Ruth Seaborn and Coach McKenna are all going to donate $5 for every ace hit by either of our players. So hopefully that adds up, and we can continue to contribute.
That's fantastic. Well, thank you both so much for your time. Is there anything else that you'd like to add?
Go Terps.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm so excited to call this match. And yeah, this means a lot to me personally, as well as a former student athlete, because it's so important. I mean, that we both open up the conversation, but we also have resources like this. So thank you both.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And now we will introduce the players in action today. But before we begin, we just want to thank both Maryland and Wisconsin for participating in this initiative and spreading the word about mental health awareness in sports, because that is so important as student athletes to both prioritize our mental health, but also to have the coaches' support as well. So thank you to Coach Doherty and the coaching staff at both of these universities. So we start here on court one as we see Ava Markham back to serve here. And Wisconsin does have an early 2-1 lead here on this number one doubles court. Again, Wisconsin, the number 19 team in the nation. So on paper, they are favored to take this match, as Maryland is the 49 team in the country. Ava Markham, a former doubles partner of mine, a senior at Wisconsin, 2021 All Big Ten honoree, and she played primarily at the number one singles position. She went 16-5 last season at that top spot. Also won 14 doubles matches for the Badgers. She played 3 doubles for most of last season. And now she is primarily at that number one spot. Markham is playing with Maria Shalikova, a freshman from Russia. She played for the Russian national team before coming to college tennis. And we see a bit of I formation here for the Badgers as Markham looks to hold serve. Meanwhile, on the far side of our screen, we see Minorca Miranda and Marta Perez Moore. Minorca Miranda, a junior out of Boca Raton, Florida. In Big Ten action, Miranda won 4 conference matches on the singles court, which is the 3rd highest on her team, playing at the number 3 spot. She was number 323 in the ITF junior rankings before joining the Terps. And Marta Perez Moore she's a grad transfer from Texas, and Her senior year, she obviously helped Texas win the NCAA championships and did that as well her junior year. So Marta Perez-Moore has lifted the NCAA team crown 2 times. Perez-Moore went 9-2 across the 5 and 6 single spots for Texas in the 2021 season. She went 13-7 overall on the doubles court as well, primarily in the number 3 spot. So we do see more coming in here at Maryland and playing a lot higher in the lineup, in this doubles lineup. But she does bring 2-time championship experience to the Terps. Moore was 46-26 overall in singles when she was with the Longhorns. One of those 46 wins was unfortunately against me. She is quite a force on the singles and doubles court. So we do see more at the net. Here on the far side of the court, she's really active in doubles at the net. So we'll see her looking to move a lot off the depth of the Minorca ground strokes. As we see, she was getting ready to move there. But we're all tied up at 2 here at the number 1 double spot. Meanwhile, Maryland has an early 2-1 lead at 2 doubles, while Wisconsin is up 2-1 at 3 doubles. And obviously the elements playing a factor today. It's been windy in the Maryland, D.C. area the last few days, and so we might see some uncharacteristic errors at the net, but it's tougher because it's going to rely on a lot of footwork from these 4 players, from all of the players in action today, in both singles and doubles, but especially early on in doubles when all these players are settling into the matches. It's going to require a bit more footwork, a little bit more of the small adjustment steps. And so we will see on the side of the court today in action, Maryland head coach Katie Doherty. Doherty joined by Ruth Seaborn, the associate head coach for the Terps. Doherty is in her 4th season with Maryland. She enters this year with 100 career victories, 29 of those coming at home in College Park. Doherty's coming off a season where she led Maryland to its best season in over 30 years. Maryland this year is currently 14-3 on the year. So continuing its winning ways, 3-1 in Big Ten play. As we see here, Perez-Moore and Miranda taking a 3-2 lead here at the number 1 double spot. And let's hop on over to number 2 doubles during this changeover as we introduce all the players in action today in College Park. We see JoJo Bach and Hannah McLogan from Maryland taking on Alina Mukurtova and Shinyu Kai from Wisconsin. And the Terps have taken an early 3-1 lead here at number 2 doubles. And as we see here for Maryland, JoJo Bach. Bach, a senior out of Brighton, United Kingdom. She's an economics major. She transferred in after spending her first 2 seasons at Delaware. Delaware, a member of the Colonial Athletic Association. She was named to the All-CAA second team in both singles and doubles, going undefeated at the number 2 singles spot. JoJo Bach is joined today by Hannah McLogan. McLogan is a graduate student, also out of Great Britain. So we have these 2 players from Maryland bringing a wealth of experience on the singles and doubles court. Meanwhile, for Wisconsin, Alina Mukurtova is a junior out of Russia. Mukurtova joined by Xinyu Kai. Kai, a senior out of Wuhan, China. And we see Maryland with the early 4-1 lead now here on court 2. So Terps are comfortable at home on court 2. And Westop, let's hop on over to court 3 now. Court 3 here at College Park. As we see, it's 4-1, but for the opposite team, as Wisconsin duo of Taylor Cataldi and Charmaine Say have taken a 4-1 lead over Mary Brumfield and Francesca Fedorov. And again, these sets are to 6, only 1 set. No ad, of course, in college tennis. First team to take 2 out of 3 of these doubles matches takes the opening point of the match. That is what we call the doubles point. And we see Taylor Cataldi here on the deuce side to return. As Cataldi goes swinging for the fence with that backhand volley. But again, the right idea from the Badgers to close and to take away time from this Maryland team. Taylor Cataldi is a sophomore out of Corona, California. Cataldi is 12-6 on the singles court last season. In her debut season at Wisconsin. She was 368 in the world, in the ITF juniors. And Cataldi is also a black belt in karate. And meanwhile, we do seems a bit of lack of energy here to start this doubles point from both teams. And it is hard to tell, of course, exactly what the coaches said to these players before, but it is noon on a Sunday, and it does seem that both of these teams are really working their way slowly into this match. Again, wind could be a factor. And energy is so important on the doubles court, especially as we do see Cataldi bring a bit of firepower here to court 3. And meanwhile, on court 1, we still have Marta Perez-Moore and Minorca Miranda up 3-2 for Maryland. And we see Cataldi struggling with the wind a little bit on that serve return. So it looks like this Wisconsin duo is now up 5-2. We will wait for the score to change. But Westhoff, in the meantime, let's head back to court 2. Court 2 here at College Park, as we do have another 4-1 score currently on the board. So we will see how that match evolves. And meanwhile, this Wisconsin team, number 19 in the nation this year. Wisconsin 14-4 overall, 5-2 in Big Ten play. Wisconsin is 7-3 when they're on the road, and they're undefeated at home. Wisconsin has only played 2 matches at home this season, so Badgers have been on the road, as we do see Cataldi and Say do have a 5-2 lead. On court 3, meanwhile, on court 2, Jojo Bach and Hannah McLogan are up now 4-2 over Mukatova and Shai. And we are tied at 3 at number 1 singles. And we do see the Terps in that green shirt. Those green shirts for mental health awareness, for Morgan's message today here in College Park. And Marta Perez-Moore really used to playing at the national championship level, being part of a team that for 2 years in a row contended for and won the NCAA national title. And she does join this Maryland program, one that did come off its best season in over 30 years last season. So it is a team that is on the rise. And Perez-Moore has been a big part of its continued success this season. As we see the Terps looking for win number 5 in a row in 2023. 2 of those were dominant wins over Big Ten players. 6-1 win over Rutgers and 4-love over Minnesota. That was last weekend. As we see these teams entering April play. We are on April 2nd, 2023, and one day after April 1st when our team at Crack Racquets pulled an April Fool's joke on all of us. They may or may not have gotten me too, saying that the doubles point would no longer be in action in 2024. Of course, that was just a joke. I'm very glad. As Alex Gruskin says, the doubles point is the most exciting part of college tennis, and I have to agree. Of course, we only have these teams playing to 6 each, only 1 set on these first 3 courts, so could be over in 5 minutes or over in 45 minutes. Meanwhile, all 3 of these teams today making quick work of this doubles point. So even though they're playing outside, they're pretty short points, and as I said, could be because of the wind or could be because of nerves or a combination, really, of both, most likely. As we see Shalikova and Markham up 4-3. Markham is looking to hold serve again here, closest to us for Wisconsin. And I like the pairing of Shalikova and Markham because Markham is tall player, has the wingspan. And perhaps, she's always looking to come into the net, but we do have Shalikova who generates more power off the baseline and is really looking to move at the net. So Shalikova could benefit from the depth of those Markham ground strokes. And Markham has a very heavy forehand as well, which helps push her opponents back indoors, but especially outdoors in the wind. If you're playing Markham and the wind is at her back, you're really feeling a lot of heaviness on that ball coming at you. Wow. Ripper from the Terps. That backhand down the line passing shot. Put some pressure on the Wisconsin Badgers, as we do see these courts are getting close. We're getting close here at the number 1 spot. I mean, it's very likely at this moment that this match that we're watching here on court 1 will end up being the deciding match of this doubles point, because we do see Maryland has the 5-2 lead on court 2 and Wisconsin has the 5-2 lead on court 3. So this could be very important. Very important for the Badgers. If you're a Wisconsin fan, Badgers to stay ahead, stay in front. And both of these teams have played a lot of indoor tennis so far this season. So Wisconsin and Maryland not in the warmest weather. This winter they played a lot of matches indoors, and we do see a player like Markham who is trained to be an indoor player. Markham growing up on the East Coast and has had a lot of experience on faster courts, and so we do see outdoors slowing everything down with the wind. And of course, it is 12:05 p.m. Eastern, and we have a ton of matches that we'll be bringing to you here on Cracked Racquets. Again, this is Perry Shine, and joined by super producer Daniel Westhoff. We'll have a ton of other matches that will be added to your screen very shortly, but in the meantime, we see Maryland's able to thread the needle on that Markham return to serve, and that could be because if the ball's not biting enough, if Ava Markham doesn't have enough racket head speed on that serve, because Markham does kick serve for her first and second. So if she does not have enough racket head speed, that's sitting there a little bit for the Terps, who are taking advantage of it well. Nice combo from Markham Shalikova. Shalikova puts that volley away. And so the first doubles match has finished. Taylor Cataldi and Charmaine Say, 6-2 win at number 3 doubles. So Wisconsin with the first doubles match of the day. But they do trail 5-2 on court 2. So this number 1 doubles match even more important now for the Badgers. (5-3). Wisconsin leads on 1. Huge hold for Ava Markham and Maria Shalikova. And so now is a good time to bring in some other matches as we take a look at some Big Ten action across the country. So on the upper left-hand corner of your screen, we have some Big Ten men's action. As we see, meanwhile, Shalikova and Markham staying solid at the baseline here at number 1 doubles. So we're just starting off these doubles points here between Penn State and Nebraska. Penn State playing at home. Ohio State taking on Wisconsin men in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. And Ohio State, number 2 team in the nation. Buckeyes. Buckeyes and Wolverines. I mean, you talk about Big Ten tennis on both the men and women's side. Ohio State and Michigan have put themselves on a different tier in the Big Ten. And so we will be bringing you both Ohio State and Michigan action here on Cracked Racquets today. But meanwhile, let's see if Maria Shalikova and Ava Markham in your big screen can close out this doubles match. As the score does remain 5-2, with Maryland in the lead on court 2. We see Shalikova and Markham playing 2-back, and again, that could be just due to the strength of Markham at the baseline, as we see Markham stays steady on that deep forehand. And we could be approaching a match point for Maryland here on court 1. Again, we do not have point by point, but I'm definitely smelling a match point. And that was. Match point was won by Maria Shalikova and Ava Markham, 6-3 at the number 1 double spot. So Wisconsin takes the opening doubles point over Maryland. Wisconsin, the number 19 team in the nation, starting off with a 1-love advantage over number 50 ranked Maryland. And meanwhile, we will be bringing you more doubles point action, as we see Ohio State, Wisconsin on the right side of your screen now. Penn State, Nebraska on the left side of your screen. As we're all tied up at 1. We see Cash and Boulez in action on the right side of our screen for Ohio State. Ohio State has absolutely dominated in 2023. And of course, the question for Big Ten teams as a whole is, can these Big Ten teams compete at the NCAA level outside? So once we get to NCAA season in May, is that a potential championship winning team that we're seeing here with Ohio State? Can they translate that to outdoor tennis? Of course, that's the question with the Michigan teams as well on the men's and women's sides. Once we get deep into postseason play, NCAA team championships at the end of May, once we get into those deep grinds outdoors, the NCAAs will be held down in Florida. Will the indoor teams be able to prevail? Will they be able to hang with teams like Texas, who of course are used to playing outside almost year-round, except for when they're on the road? As we see Ohio State 20-2 in 2023, 3-0 in conference play. Ohio State's only losses coming 4-1 to number 5 South Carolina, and of course at the ITA indoors, 4-3 to number 7 Texas, who ended up falling to TCU in the finals of the national indoors. Meanwhile, we see Cash and Boulez trying to hang in here on the right side of our screen on court 1, as they look for a potential break over this Wisconsin duo, which would be huge here at the Ty Tucker Tennis Center. Ty Tucker, of course, legendary Ohio State head coach. Still at the helm of the Buckeyes program. Ty Tucker is 651-98 overall at the helm of Ohio State. He became the head coach of the Buckeyes program in 1999. And we do see Buckeyes do trail 2-1 on court 1. Meanwhile, we head to court 2, where we see Ohio State with an early 3-love lead of Luschneig and Trotter. And during that changeover, we will introduce all the doubles players in action as we see Kingsley and Tracy up 2-1 on court 3. So Ohio State does lead on 2 out of 3 of the doubles courts. And of course, talking about Big Ten tennis, these teams that do play primarily indoors, it's still a very big advantage to play at home because we're in April again, so players are fatigued from the travel, from the constant travel of this spring dual match season. So for the Buckeyes, of course, on paper favored to win this match over Wisconsin, but it's even more helpful when you don't have to travel. You can just get up, go to your basically second home, which are the tennis courts. They basically do become our second home in college. As we see this Buckeyes duo trudging ahead here on court 3. It's starting off with a bit of nerves from Kingsley Tracy, but we see as this duo works their way into the match. Meanwhile, on the left side of our screen, we see Penn State with an early 2-1 lead on court 2. So Kingsley and Tracy up 2-1 now, 30-15. As they're bringing the heat on the serve. Wisconsin hanging in. As we see the Badgers now up against multiple break points here on court 3. And this would be a huge break for Ohio State. Really just a confidence break again. Early on in this match, early in the doubles point, to go up 3-1 here on court 3 would be huge for the Buckeyes. Again, who also lead. They're up big on court 2. Up 3-love at the changeover. And there we go, that's the break. (3-1). Kingsley Tracy lead for Ohio State. Meanwhile, Westhoff, let's head on to court 3 at Penn State. Court 3 at Penn State. As we take a look at all the matches in action. Kingsley Tracy making quick work of it on the right side of our screen, Westhoff, we can hop back on over to court two at Ohio State. As we see Lucianek and Trotter up 4-love. So 2 games away from giving the Bucks their first doubles win of the day. Meanwhile, Nebraska and Penn State all tied up at 2 on court 3 on the left side of your screen. This Wisconsin Badgers team just trying to get on the board. And if Wisconsin wants to hang with number 2 Ohio State, again, Wisconsin, number 53 in the country on the men's side, if they want to hang, the doubles point is where you do it, really starting off and establishing yourself. And that's a key phrase when you're playing a top team in the nation, a top player in the nation, even on the singles court, is to establish yourself early on and not let yourself get overwhelmed by the quick pace, by this confidence that the Buckeyes bring onto the court at home. And so Wisconsin doing everything they can to just get on the board, as Badgers now have multiple break points on court 2. Would be a huge break for the Badgers. Ohio State saves 1. So we do see at Ohio State tied at 2 at court 1 doubles, and Cannon Kingsley and JJ Tracy are up 3-1 against Jared Pratt and Mihailo Popovich from Wisconsin. And meanwhile, Maryland, Wisconsin women are just starting singles, so of course we will have that for you today as well. And as we see here, Penn State, Nebraska on the left side of our screen. Penn State now has the 3-2 lead over Nebraska, and Lucianek and Trotter just 2 games away here on court 2. And so far it is a close doubles point on the left side of our screen. And Westhoff, let's head back on over to court 1 at Penn State, as we see Nebraska with its only lead. It's 3-2 on all 3 courts, but Nebraska does have a 3-2 lead. They are ahead William Gleason and Leo Linquit here on court 1, as we see the players getting back into action after the changeover, and especially early on in this match when teams are battling nerves to bring that energy to settle into the matches. It's especially important to have your coach by your side. And there are many moments, of course, on court when coaching during college tennis is vital. But the early on in these matches when players are just settling in, that's when sometimes it's helpful for your coach to remind you to focus on something small, whether it is just playing the ball or focusing on perhaps one of those other sayings that coaches like to tell you that can be helpful early on in these matches. As we see this Badger duo looking to stay in it on court 2. And Wisconsin is putting up a pretty good fight against Ohio State in doubles. Again, checking in with all 3 courts at Ohio State. Badgers are up 3-2 on court 1. They're down 2-3 on 3, and we are seeing Robin Parts and Sebastian Vier tie up this game at 30-all here on 2. And so even if Wisconsin doesn't end up getting this doubles point, just the fact that the Badgers are staying out there, they're battling for more than a few minutes against this Ohio State team, as we do see a double fault from this Badgers duo to give break points to Lushnig and Trotter. So that may have been short-lived, that battle here on court 2, as we do see Lushnig and Trotter now with 2 chances to break the Badgers. Doubles action here on 1. And that's a break. 5-1, Lushnig and Trotter lead. And that point just epitomizes what is so special about this Ohio State team. They are just a wall at the baseline. And we saw that Badgers were at the net, trying to dominate, quote unquote, playing the right way of doubles, taking time away from the Buckeyes, who were able to just find time again. That's where having technically sound strokes, really simple strokes, it helps in college tennis. It really does, especially indoors. As we see Lushnig and Trotter now just 3 points away from giving Ohio State its first doubles point of the day. Meanwhile, we're all tied up at number 1 doubles at Ohio State, and Ken Kingsley and JJ Tracy up 3-2 at number 3 doubles. Meanwhile, we do see this Nebraska duo on the left side of our screen starting to find some space, up 4-2 now. This duo of William Gleason and Leo Lindquist. I'm checking in with all of the doubles matches at Penn State. We are 3-all in courts 2 and 3. So the only match where we have a deficit for any team is here on court 1 with Gleason and Lindquist. We talk about timing of the doubles point, comparing this Ohio State-Wisconsin match to the match on our left side. Again, just the pace of play is a lot faster from this Ohio State Buckeyes team, which is, of course, part of why they are so good as a squad, is because they rush you. They rush you on the doubles court. They rush you on the singles court. They're just a fast-paced, high-energy kind of team. As we do see the Buckeyes now just 2 points away. And so we will keep this match on the big screen here on your right, and we add Wisconsin-Maryland women here as Ava Markham and Marta Perez-Moore start their singles match on the upper left-hand corner of your screen again. Wisconsin women ranked number 19 in the nation, did take the opening doubles point over number 50 Maryland. And we have match point here. On court 2, Westhoff, could we see that match point graphic for Luschenegg and Trotter? One is saved from the Badgers. We have a deuce point, deciding point, match point on court 2 at Ohio State. As we see if this duo of Andrew Luschenegg and James Trotter can take the opening double set of this doubles point. As we see Badgers with some two back action to return. Andrew Luschenegg, James Trotter, 6-1 win at court 2 for Ohio State. That is the first doubles match. Now, Badgers are down love 1 in the individual doubles point. So Badgers need 2. Ohio State just needs 1 more. And Westhoff, let's hop on over to court number 1 doubles. As we're all tied up at 3 and number 3 doubles, but we see Wisconsin does have a slight advantage on 1. Michael Minniesen and Gabriel Huber up 4-3 over Robert Cash and Justin Boulais. Justin, of course, from an Ohio State family. His sister, Isabella Boulais, a member of the Ohio State women's tennis team. Justin Boulais and Isabella's. Boulais, a senior out of Oakville, Ontario. Was a member of Canada's Junior Davis Cup team. Had a top 550 ATP ranking before joining the Bucks. He won 26 matches for Ohio State on the doubles court last season. That one just falls in from the Badger duo. Beautiful lob return there. And this is a critical hold for Robert Cash and Justin Boulais, who need this. Ohio State needs this. Wisconsin is battling. Meanwhile, Ken Kingsley and JJ Tracy are up 4-3 now on court number 3 doubles. So once that duo is back in action, we'll hop back and over to court 3 as Ohio State is only in need of 1 more doubles match to clinch the opening doubles point here at the Ty Tucker Tennis Center. Big serve there from the duo of Cash and Boulais. As we see associate head coach Justin Kronak. Robert Cash, also a senior, from a little bit closer around, from New Albany, Ohio. 2-time All-American on the doubles court. He finished last year as part of the number 1 doubles team in the country. He had one of the best doubles seasons in school history. He finished the year with a single season school record of 45 wins. He went 45-7 on the year. And we are all tied up at 4 now on court 1. So Westhoff, let's hop on over to court 3 at Ohio State, court 3, to see if Cannon Kingsley and JJ Tracy can close this match out on the changeover. So Buckeyes are up 4-3 here on 3. Good depth there from Ohio State. Setting up there to y'all, and we see Ava Markham with an early 3-love lead over Marta Perez-Moore at this number 1 single spot on the upper left side of your screen. Meanwhile, it's now 5-2 for Nebraska in this doubles point at number 1 doubles. So Nebraska only 1 game away from putting 1 on the board, but Nebraska Penn State, we are neck and neck. It's 4-all. Court number 2 doubles. 4-3. Nittany Lions lead at 3. And that is a break point opportunity for Cannon Kingsley and JJ Tracy. As we see Ohio State here on court 3, doing the same thing that we have seen across the board from the Buckeyes so far today, just overwhelming them from the baseline. So it's not as much dominant net play that we're seeing from the Buckeyes as just better depth. They're bringing better depth than this Wisconsin Badgers duo. As we see the Wisconsin women though, they're living at number 1 singles. Ava Markham starting off with a dominant start over Marta Perez-Moore. And that's a huge break for Cannon Kingsley and JJ Tracy, who are now just 1 game away from clinching this doubles point for the Buckeyes. Meanwhile, in the lower left-hand corner of your screen, that's a 6-2 win for William Gleason and Leo Linquet. So that is the first doubles match finished here at Penn State. Goes to Nebraska. In Westhoff, let's hop on over to court 2 doubles. Court 2 doubles at Penn State, because it's 4-all on 2 and 4-all on 3. And meanwhile, we see Cannon Kingsley and JJ Tracy just 3 points away, clinching the doubles point for Ohio State. And that's the way these doubles points work. It is all action all the time. And there are 2 points. As Kingsley and Tracy again staying so aggressive from the baseline. Kingsley and Tracy are not letting themselves get pushed back. They're dominating from the baseline, from the ground, setting each other up at net, but again, some huge hitting. Big hitters from the baseline, and that is 40-love quadruple match point for Cannon Kingsley and JJ Tracy. So Westhoff, could we see that match point graphic as we see Ohio State now 1 point away from clinching the doubles point for the Buckeyes. And that's it. Cannon Kingsley, JJ Tracy, 6-3 on court 3 doubles. Ohio State, number 2 in the nation, wins the doubles point over Wisconsin to start off this match at home at the Ty Tucker Tennis Center. A big performance, though, from Wisconsin in that opening doubles point. Again, if you're a Wisconsin fan, that was very impressive from the Badgers, who hung with Ohio State for almost 40 minutes of that doubles point. As we check out this doubles action at Penn State. Nittany Lions now up 5-4 on court 2. Nittany Lions and Nebraska Cornhuskers still tied up at 4 on court 3. Nebraska men are 45 in the nation, taking on number 73 ranked Penn State. And we see on the left side of our screen, Ava Markham with a solid start from the baseline, and she now has a 4-1 lead over Marta Perez-Moore. And Westhoff, let's hop on over to court 2 at Maryland. Court 2 as we check in with all the matches in action in College Park. And this doubles point at Penn State has become a spicy one. Penn State up 5-4 on 2, down 5-4 at court 3. And Westhoff, let's actually hop on over to court 3. To court 3 at Penn State. As Nebraska did take the first doubles point, the first individual doubles match, and so they're up 5-4 now on court 3, so they're only 1 game away from clinching this doubles point. And so we do see an early lead on the left side of our screen from Wisconsin, as well as Maria Shalikova does have a 3-1 lead over Minorca Miranda. Again, Wisconsin women did take the opening doubles point. So they only need 3 of these singles matches to win the overall match. As we see Maria Shalikova outlasting Minorca Miranda at the baseline that point, and Shalikova now up 4-1 for the Badgers. So Badgers have early 4-1 leads on the first 2 singles courts in Westhoff. Let's hop on over to court 3 in College Park. Court 3 at Maryland. As we see a bit of a different scoreline. Kalista Liu for the Terps with an early 4-1 lead over Alina Murkatova. But again, if you're a Wisconsin fan looking at the pathway to 4, you have some early first set leads, some 4-1 leads on courts 1 and 2, and a 4-love lead from Charmaine Say at court 3. So far, Wisconsin fans are pretty relaxed in this matchup. But again, Terps are a gritty team. Wisconsin taking on this Maryland team that is used to winning a lot of matches in 2023. Again, Maryland 14-3 overall this season. And meanwhile, we do see Nebraska clinch the doubles point on court 3. So Nebraska, the 45th ranked men with a 1-love lead now over to the 73 ranked Penn State Nittany Lions, and Nebraska on the road takes the doubles point. And of course, we'll have those players heading out to the singles courts as we see Kalista Liu with this 4-1 lead over Mukhertova. So that was a gritty doubles point from the Nebraska Met with that 6-4 win at number 3 doubles. That was pretty clutch because the teams were tied at 5 at number 2 doubles. And we will check back in with number 2 ranked Ohio State shortly as the men begin the singles action. And that's some smart tennis from Alina Mukurtova. Again, using the win to her advantage. That was very smart play that we see a lot in women's tennis outdoors, is hitting high and heavy to our opponent's backhands and then finding our way into net. And Mukurtova did a great job there. Really pushing Callista Liu back. And once the opponent is really back against the fence, especially if you're against the wind, it's a very tough position. So smart to take advantage of that and move into net. Again, if you can take time away from your opponent outside, that's even more impressive. That's really clutch as a college tennis player, men or women, but especially outdoors, for women to be able to do that to each other through that high and heavy, deep rally ball. That's really the way that we see a lot of these points being structured on the courts 3 through 6, because in the top 2 spots, sometimes the players can just power it through from the baseline as well and don't have to rely on putting more on the ball in terms of topspin. They can kind of just flatten it out and have that natural power from the baseline. But as we get to the lower end of the lineup, we do see more and more players relying on higher and heavier shots to build points. And speaking of that, Westhoff, let's hop on over to court 4. Court 4 here at College Park. As Taylor Cataldi has an early 3-2 lead over Hannah McLogan. On court 4. And in the meantime, we do see Mukurtova showing a bit of frustration here on court 3 as Callista Liu is holding her ground for the Terps. And after dropping the opening doubles point to Wisconsin, Maryland is up on courts 3 and 5. Again, we're early, but Maryland is up 3-2 on 5 and up 4-1 on court 3. And it seems that we don't have point by point, but I'm smelling a deuce point here. And if so, this is a huge point between these two players because, again, this Terp with an early 4-1 lead, but Wisconsin has found a way to dominate a little bit more of this game with Mukurtova pushing back Liu with that high and heavy deep shot. And that just sails wide, and perhaps that was set. That was either set or 5-2. Callista Liu leads for Maryland now. So Terps are in control on court 3. Can't say that about all the other courts for Maryland, but oh, that was the 6-1 set. Callista Liu, 6-1 over Alina Mukurtova. So Maryland has the first set on court 3 in Westhoff. Let's jump back on over to court 2, actually. Court 2 here at College Park, because we're seeing some first sets end quickly. This time in favor of the Badgers, Maria Shalikova up 5-1 over Minorca Miranda at court 2. And Alina Mukurtova again does drop that opening set 6-1 against Callistalu. But Wisconsin in the lead on all the other courts but one. So Badgers are feeling good right now. And we do see, though, Menorca Miranda is hanging in here on court 2. And Menorca Miranda, again, the Maryland player who did bring the Morgan's Message initiative today to College Park, as you see on the far side of your screen. Maryland not in their usual colors. They are donning the green today for mental health awareness. Morgan's Message, again, an initiative to help spread mental health awareness among college athletes. In memory of Morgan Rogers, a Duke lacrosse player who tragically passed in 2019. So we do see on court 1, Ava Markham with a 6-2 first set over Marta Perez-Moore. So Badgers have the first set on court 1. And meanwhile, here on court 2, Shalikova only a few points away from doing the same for the Badgers. Shalikova, we're seeing, is not as affected by the wind today, as she's using her legs, getting the power from the ground very well. And especially when you're in the wind, the name of the game is to not get pushed back, and Shalikova has been staying right on the baseline this whole time that we've been watching here on court 2, which is not giving Menorca Miranda much time to play, but huge serve from Miranda down the tee for an ace. So Menorca Miranda stays in the set. 5-2 Shalikova leads. And in the meantime, Westhoff, let's hop on over to court 6 as we check in with court 6 here in College Park. Charmaine Say taking on JoJo Bach, and the Badger again with a huge lead, 5-2 in this first set. And so Maryland's JoJo Bach is closest to us on our screen, preparing to return here, as Charmaine Say looks to serve it out in this first set. Charmaine Say already, it's a very telling opening point of this game. Say with the big serve and big approach, and although she missed that volley, we do know that Charmaine Say is a number 6 singles player that wants to get into the net, that wants to play aggressively and take the ball early. Whereas some other players at number 6 singles, especially outdoors on the women's side, are more willing to hang back, but Charmaine Say has that ability to step in and take the ball early as well. Meanwhile, between the 5th-ranked University of Michigan women and the 34th-ranked Illinois Illini, we have a tiebreak to decide the doubles point right now. Those teams are playing outdoors, which is very rare for both Michigan and Illinois. We are in April, but still, to have the weather nice enough to have those teams playing outside. And Michigan duo, a team that has hardly dropped a match this season, did recently drop a 4-love decision down in Florida. So we do watch for that Michigan women's team, and we will keep you updated with the Wolverines and Illini as well. But meanwhile, Charmaine Say only a few points away here on your screen at court 6 from taking the opening set for the Badgers. So Badgers have first sets now on court 1 and 5-2 leads on courts 2 and 6. And we check back in with the Ohio State Buckeyes, number 2 in the nation, hosting the Wisconsin Badgers on the men's side. And hey, it's a good day to be a Wisconsin fan if you want to watch your team play, as we have Badger action on the left and right sides of our screen and deuce point action here on court 1. As Ken Kingsley ties it up at 1 at the Ty Tucker Tennis Center. Meanwhile, JoJo Bach is fighting back for the Terps. It's now 5-3 on court 6. And on courts 4 and 5 in College Park, we do have Wisconsin with an early 3-2 lead and a 4-3 lead on 5. So Wisconsin is in the driver's seat at the moment. Wisconsin, a top 20 team, taking on number 50 Maryland women. And so we do start with court 1 here after Ohio State took a closer than anticipated doubles point over the Wisconsin men. And JoJo Bach has started to find her way into net as well. Bach with slice down the line and backhand winner. In outdoors, we're seeing the women go to slices a lot. Slicing always a fun way to mix up the pace and change it up, but outdoors in the wind, those slices can really die on your opponent. So it's always a good strategy to mix up the pace again. It's easy to go all in with the slice because of nerves, and sometimes slicing does feel a bit safer, but we are seeing these players continue to hit through their ground strokes and just mix it up with slices, which is ideal. Meanwhile, Cannon Kingsley now with multiple points to go up 2-1 here on court 1 for the Bucks. As we see Cannon Kingsley now looking to hold serve and take a 2-1 lead. So we're in the first 3 games of action between Ohio State and Wisconsin. And this is another chance, the first 3 games of every match across the board, 1 through 6 singles for Wisconsin, to start to plant a seed of doubt in Ohio State's mind. And meanwhile, Westhoff, let's hop on over to court 2 at Ohio State. Court 2 at Ohio State. As we see, Justin Boulais does have the early 2-1 lead over Mihailo Popovich, but the more that Wisconsin can push Ohio State early on in these singles matches, this is where scoreboard pressure is real, and it becomes so important. For the Wisconsin team that obviously dropped the doubles point to Ohio State, finding their way to just get on the board, because 2-1 is so different than 3-love, especially early on. Meanwhile, JoJo Bach on the left side of our screen for Maryland. She's at the net more than she's at the baseline. She is ripping. as JoJo Bach makes it 5-4 here on court 6. So what an effort from the Maryland Terrapins here on 6 to stay in the set. And Taylor Cataldi on court 4 has now made it 5-2 for the Badgers. And Westhoff, let's hop on over to court 2, actually, as Maria Shalikova has been up 5-2 for a while against Minorca Miranda. As we see if Shalikova is able to close it out in this first set. Miranda's closest to us on our screen. Big hitting from Shalikova. As we see Miranda showing a bit of frustration. And Miranda has also done a nice job in this first set of not getting pushed back too much, but unfortunately for the Terps has just made a few too many unforced errors off these ground stroke rallies. And meanwhile, Popovich looking to tie it up at 2, only a few points away here on court 2. And although it's not on your screen, we do have an update that Illinois now has a set point to take the opening doubles point over number 5 ranked Michigan women in the deciding doubles match of that doubles point. Which, of course, that doubles point has lasted over an hour now, as it's 1:01 Eastern time. So Wisconsin so far making quick work of this Maryland duo. As we see Westhoff, let's hop on over to court 3 at Ohio State, as we check in with all the singles matches. And Maria Shalikova with the 6-3 first set win over Minorca Miranda. So Wisconsin Badgers now have 2 first sets. And Westhoff, let's hop on over to court number 4. Court number 4 at College Park, as Wisconsin has 2 first sets and is up 5-2 and 5-4 on courts 4 and 6. So the Badgers are hanging in, but not by much, as on the right side of our screen, we do see Ohio State taking some early leads on the singles court. Meanwhile, Wisconsin women do not need to hang in as much, as they are in the driver's seat on the road at Maryland. And so every ace we see on the left side of our screen, $5 will be donated to mental health awareness. So a wonderful initiative that is being done by both of these schools today, as both schools will be donating $5 for every ace hit in this women's match on the left side of our screen. And it is match point again off our screen for the Illinois women. They're now up 7-6 in a 7-point tiebreak in the deciding doubles match outside at Illinois, as The Illini host number 5, Wisconsin women, and we will keep you updated. And we just got an update that it's now 7-all. So it's 7-all, it's 6-all, 7-all in the deciding doubles match between Michigan and Illinois. Meanwhile, we lock back in here between Maryland and Wisconsin on the left side of your screen as Hannah McLogan hanging in for the Terps. Down 5-2, but down but not out. Meanwhile, we see James Trotter up 2-1 here on court 3 for the Buckeyes, and checking in overall. With Ohio State's progress. Ohio State does have early leads on courts 3, 4, and 6. Some forward love action on court 6. JJ Tracy up 4-1 for Ohio State on court 4. And the Bucks do have 2-1 leads, which are less commanding, of course, on courts 1 and 3, but Buckeyes are ahead or tied on all singles courts in action right now. And meanwhile, we introduce to you Purdue and Northwestern men, who are squaring off. Northwestern men, a top 25 squad in the nation. Northwestern ranked 24. And Michigan women's tennis. It's now 8-all in the deciding doubles match between the Michigan women and Illinois women. So 6-all, 8-all in the deciding set. Again, that match being played outdoors at Illinois, and we see James Trotter here with the game point to go up 3-1. In this first set. Trotter nets that one, and we have a deuce point deciding point. Westhoff, could we see that graphic? Deuce point deciding point here on court 3. And an update, just for fun, 6-all, 9-all now, folks, for Michigan and Illinois women in this deciding doubles match. And meanwhile, we check out this deuce point here on our big screen, and James Trotter, 3-1 now. Lead for Ohio State. Ohio State leads, and we introduce this match for you between Northwestern and Purdue. Wildcats do take the opening doubles point over the Boilermakers. Purdue at home. As we do see Purdue with an early 3-1 lead. 3-1 deficit, rather, facing Northwestern here on court 1. And meanwhile, with the Wisconsin and Maryland match, we do see Wisconsin now with 2 first sets. And they are up. Badgers are up 5-2 on court number 4. And Illinois takes the opening doubles point over the Michigan women. 11-9 in the tiebreak of the deciding doubles match. So it was 6-all, 11-9 Illinois takes the win. So Illinois, folks, keep your eye on the Illinois women, Michigan women. As Michigan ranked number 5, Illinois ranked 34, taking a huge upset doubles point. But again, that is only the first point on the board against these Michigan Wolverines. And Hannah McLogan on the upper left side of your screen. Keeping it rolling. Or to the Terps. And so wind really is a factor for this Wisconsin-Michigan matchup, as we do see Taylor Cataldi does take the opening set over Hannah McLogan 6-3. So now that's 3 first sets. 3 first sets for the Wisconsin women. And Westhoff, let's hop on over to court number 6 at College Park. Court 6, as Charmaine Say and JoJo Bach are now tied at 5-all. And we saw Bach really starting to play more and more aggressively when she was down. And that has worked for Bach, who now finds herself all tied up at 5. So we do see Say and Bach battling it out here on court 6. And meanwhile, Mary Brumfield did take an opening 6-4 first set over Shin Yu Kai on court 5. So Maryland does have 2 first sets. Callista Liu and Mary Brumfield do take the first sets on courts 3 and 5 for the Maryland Terrapins. But the other first sets, except for this court, which of course is still in the first set, all the other first sets go to Wisconsin. So meanwhile, Westhoff in this Purdue Northwestern battle up on the upper left-hand corner of our screen. Let's hop on over to court 2. Let's check in with the court 2 singles players here with Purdue Northwestern. Meanwhile, Westhoff, if possible, if we could hop back on over to court 6 at Maryland, as we are tied at 5 in the first set. Court 6 at Maryland, but we do see Minorca Miranda with nice return to serve there on court 2. Again, it's really up to this Maryland team. Pressures on the Terrapins in these second sets. Put some scoreboard pressure on the Wisconsin Badgers, the top 20 ranked women. And Charmaine Say, JoJo Bach, it's 5-all. We've got the 5s going on court 6. And the pressure really is also on Bach a lot right now to put herself in a position to take this opening set, because again, Maryland needs 4 of these 6 singles matches in action. And the Terrapins only have 2 first sets. So this would be huge in terms of momentum for the Terrapins. If Bach is able to even take a lead in this first set again, we're seeing Bach really take the ball early and come into net like it's an indoor match. Meanwhile, Ohio State men continue to take early first set leads at the Ty Tucker Tennis Center. Northwestern, who only needs 3 more matches. We do see Stephen Foreman with that 4-1 lead on court 1. And there are 2 6-love first sets that go to Simon Brathholm and Trice Pickens for Northwestern on courts 2 and 3. And Westhoff, let's check in with court 4 at Purdue. Court 4 at Purdue. As we see Presley Thieneman in action against Milej Kasu. Thieneman up 4-3. As we see again, the Big Ten tennis teams that we see playing indoors. They're used to this indoor tennis, this indoor quick format. Meanwhile, Jojo Bach coming back from this big first set deficit against Charmaine Say. And Presley Thieneman, meanwhile, has 30-15 advantage, so 2 points away from going up 5-3 in this opening set. Wildcats are dominating in these first sets. The Cats are ahead in every singles match in action at Purdue, with 2 of those first sets in 6-love decisions. It is Bagel Sunday, folks, already going to the Northwestern Wildcats. So we do see Ohio State and Northwestern rolling so far in these men's matches. Meanwhile, this is a long game going on court 6. Again, we do not have point by point for you, but I do definitely sense the end of a game must be coming here at College Park. As Jojo Bach has just continued to rip. Jojo Bach taking advantage of every short ball. From the beginning of the set, when Bach was hanging back on the baseline and perhaps making a few too many unforced errors, that this vibe has totally switched. We have a vibe change on court 6. So we hang with these 2 ladies as they continue to battle. Again, Wisconsin does have the opening doubles point over Maryland in this women's match on the big screen here. Meanwhile, Presley Thieneman just 4 points away from taking the opening set here on court 4 in the upper left-hand corner of your screen as Northwestern continues its dominance over Purdue. And we see JoJo Bach continuing to slice them and dice them here on court 6, and seems that this game must be over. This has been the longest game. And there we go. 6-5 Bach in the lead in this first set. So Terrapins are down, but not out. They're not going anywhere, but they might be going somewhere on court 3. So Westhoff, let's hop on over to court 3 at Maryland. Court 3 at Maryland, as Maryland's Callista Liu now has a 6-1, 4-1 lead over Alina Mukurtova. So we might be tied at 1-1 soon enough, as we see the Terps having this sudden surge of energy here at home as they look to defend their home courts against number 19, Wisconsin. Meanwhile, we do have multiple set points here for James Trotter on court 3 at Ohio State. So Vile saves 1. And we play on. Meanwhile, Presley Thieneman, 2 points away from the first set on court 4 at Purdue. So James Trotter still has 2 more chances here. 2 more set points. Westhoff, could we see that set point graphic for James Trotter for the Ohio State Buckeyes as he gets a look at a second serve here on court 3. And that is a ripper down the line. James Trotter, 6-2 first set on court 3 at Ohio State. Buckeyes keep rolling. Meanwhile, we have a deuce point, set point, deciding point here at court 4 for Presley Thieneman. And it seems as if this point is over, so we wait for the score to change. Meanwhile, Callista Liu continues her dominance over Alina Mukurtova here on court 3, and we did see Mukurtova showing some frustration early in the first set, and that frustration continues as Mukurtova is struggling with her first and second serves. And so Callista Liu now only a few points away on the far side of our screen, and taking a dominant win for the Maryland Terrapins. And again, we are seeing that camera move in the wind, so keeping in mind the power of nice aggressive deep shots, especially when you're with the wind. And we do see Mukurtova is trying that. She's been trying that, but Callista Liu has done a great job of holding her ground, not getting pushed back, and we see Liu starting to step in this point and take control. And that is a huge point from Callista Liu and the match. Callista Liu 6-1, 6-1 over Alina Mukurtova. Maryland Terrapins get on the board against the Wisconsin Badgers. So Westhoff, we can make that 1-1 now. The overall score between Maryland, Wisconsin in College Park. And meanwhile, Charmaine Say does pull out with the 7-5 first set on court 6. So Westhoff, let's hop over to court one. Court one at Maryland as Ava Markham is up 6-2, 4-3 over Marta Perez-Moore. So that tied match might not last long, as Markham just 2 points away from making it, 2 games away rather, from making it 2-1 for the Badgers. Meanwhile, Westop, can we get a set point graphic for Presley Thieneman for Northwestern? Here on our big screen, and it seems as if Thieneman has taken the first set. So Presley Thieneman, 6-4 in the first set for the Wildcats on court 4. As again, the Wildcats are close to finishing out this match. This has not been a long one. Northwestern taking charge, and Westhoff, let's hop on over to court 3. Let's go to court 3 at Purdue. As we see Trice Pickens has a 6-love, 3-love lead over Muhtaba Ali Khan. Pickens now continuing to roll here at this number 3 single spot. In Westhoff, let's take a moment and actually go to court 1 at Purdue, court 1, because Stephen Foreman is now just 3 points away from taking the opening set over Michael Wozniak. So we have seen some very different timing in these singles matches, although Northwestern is in the lead or tied at all of these. Some different timing as we see. We're still in the first sets on courts 5 and 6, and obviously court 1 as well. So we see the first set go to Ohio State on court number 2 as the Buckeyes continue rolling. In Westhoff, if possible, we have some big Buckeye leads in the second sets. Even though these first sets have just finished off for the Buckeyes, we already have some players that are up big in the second. So let's actually check in with JJ Tracy on court 4 at Ohio State. Court 4 at Ohio State as JJ Tracy has a 6-1 4-love advantage over Gabriel Huber. Meanwhile, Jack Anthrop for Ohio State up 6-love 3-love for the Bucks. So we are either in first sets or just starting second sets on all the other courts, but the Buckeyes have really made a statement in doubles as well. As we see here, JJ Tracy on the close side to our screen, looking for yet another break over Gabriel Huber. And meanwhile, we have deuce point, deciding point, set point on the lower left-hand corner of your screen. And that is now our main screen. Westhoff, could we have a graphic for this deuce point, set point, deciding point? As Steve Foreman looks to take the first set for the Cats. Here on court 1. The defense from Foreman. And that is just too good from Wozniak. As it's 5-4 here on court 1. Boilermakers hang in. Meanwhile, let's see that deuce point deciding point graphic yet again, Westhoff, because JJ Tracy with a chance to take a 5-love lead in the second set. Meanwhile, Westhoff, I know court 1 is frozen on the upper left-hand corner of our screen, but let's try court number 4 at Maryland. Court number 4 as Taylor Cataldi is up 6-3, 3-love over Hannah McLogan. So we are seeing Wisconsin with first sets on 4 out of 6 of the singles courts and second set leads on all 4 of those courts. As we see Cataldi up 3-love now. JJ Tracy, 6-1, 5-love lead here on court 4. In Westhoff, let's go to court 6. Court 6 as Jack Anthrop up 6-love, 4-love over Robin Parks. So if you're a Buckeyes fan, you're living right now. Right now, the Bucks have a very clear pathway to 4. As Ohio State has first sets on 5 of the 6 singles courts. Shout out to Mihailo Popovich, who anchoring it down with a 6-2 first set win over Justin Boulez on court 2. But meanwhile, we do see Jack Anthrop with multiple chances. Go 5-love in the second. Anthrop could be on the hunt for a double bagel today. Sunday Bagel Day here at the Ty Tucker Tennis Center. Anthrop with the defense. It's 5-love for Jack Anthrop. 5-love in the second set on court 6. And meanwhile, Westhoff, we check back in with JJ Tracy. And here we are on court 4. Shout out to super producer Daniel Westhoff. 5-love, just 3 points away for Tracy. Meanwhile, we see Taylor Cataldi continuing to roll on court 4. Cataldi closest to our screen in the upper left-hand corner for Wisconsin. And we do see JJ Tracy is very comfortable on defense, although he did not win that point on defense. We're just seeing the wheels on Tracy. And of course, JJ Tracy, one of the top players in the nation, but also very much a force because he can play both offense and defense equally well. And we do see Tracy, again, although he's up big, he's okay to hang back on the baseline, and that's where I'm talking about this Ohio State dominance at the baseline today against Wisconsin. But Huber might get on the board in this second set as he does have multiple break points over Tracy. Meanwhile, Jack Anthrop and Robin Parts might also almost be done on court 6. So Ohio State in the next 5 minutes could go up 3-love over Wisconsin. Again, Ohio State men, the number 2 team in the nation. And so Tracy saves one of those break points. And so if you are Ty Tucker, head coach of the Ohio State men's program, playing at home in your Ty Tucker Tennis Center, you're feeling pretty good right now. As you see, pathway to 4 becoming very clear for the Buckeyes. And it's a deuce point, match point, deciding point. JJ Tracy for Ohio State with the chance to take a commanding win here on court 4. And the overhead finishes at JJ Tracy. 6-1, 6-love win on court 4. Ohio State now up 2-love over Wisconsin. And you know what, Westhoff, let's hop on over to court 6 because Jack Anthrop now 6-love, 5-1 over Robin Parts. So it could be a very quick 3-love lead for the Bucks, as we see Jack Anthrop now only 3 points away. Now, we are early on in the second sets on the other courts, so we still do have a bit to go at Ohio State. But in this match, we might be close to over. Meanwhile, in the lower left-hand corner of your screen, we have some more leads for the Wildcats. As we see Trice Pickens now up 6-love, 5-2 over Mutpa Ali Khan. And shout out to the Boilermakers. They are making an attempt in the second set to make this match close. So although Northwestern took 5 out of 6 first sets, Boilermakers do have an early 3-1 lead. Daniel Labrador on court 2 over Simon Brathholm. Jack Anthrop, the overhead from the baseline, setting up match point Westhoff. Let's see that match point graphic where Jack Anthrop, as the Ohio State Buckeyes have a chance to go up 3-love against Wisconsin. These number 2 Buckeyes showing up and showing out. And that's match. Jack Anthrop, 6-love, 6-1. At court 6, Ohio State takes a 3-love lead over Wisconsin. Jack Anthrop proving to be the 3rd point today for the Buckeyes. And Westhoff, let's head to court 3 as James Trotter is up 6-2, 2-1 over Sebastian Weil. So Ohio State is early on in some other second sets as we head here to court 3 at Purdue, as Trice Pickens is only 3 points away from making it 2-love Northwestern. Backhand battle here on 3. Backhand battle is won by Ali Khan. And shout out to Purdue, the indoor tennis courts. That is one place that you can always tell where you are. Purdue with the huge Purdue letters in the background. Boilermakers making it clear when they play at home. Love to see it. But meanwhile, Trice Pickens only 2 points away from the win. Taylor Cataldi in the upper left-hand corner of your screen for the Wisconsin women. Now up 6-3, 5-love over Hannah McLogan. So we do see Wisconsin now up 2-1 over Maryland as we see. Rather, says that Maria Shalikova has finished her match, but it looks like she's just leading 6-3, 5-3 on court 2. So it looks as if Wisconsin is actually very close to clinching this match. Taylor Cataldi up 5-love in the second set, and Shalikova up 5-3 in the second set as well for the Badgers, and Badgers only need 2 more. So we are 2 total games away from a Badger clinch. So of course we will keep our eye on that, and meanwhile Trice Pickens 2 points away. As Ali Khan looks to stay in it. And that's match on the upper left hand. Rather, nope, she was just walking to get a ball at net. Potential match. Potential match. Again, we do not have point by point at Maryland, but it seems like it could be a potential match point. And that is match. That is not match. For the second time, we do see Taylor Cataldi is edging closer and closer to match point. But on the left side of our screen, we do see we are at match point for Trice Pickens for Northwestern. And that is match for Trice Pickens, 6-love, 6-2 over Ali Khan on court 3. So the Wildcats now up 2-love over Purdue. And meanwhile, we wait for this potential match point here on court 4 as Taylor Cataldi looks to close it out against Hannah McLogan. And Maria Shalikova is up 6-3, 5-3 against Minorca Miranda at court number 2 singles for the Wisconsin Badgers. So we're seeing the Badgers edging closer and closer towards the finish line on the road at Maryland. Meanwhile, Westhoff, let's head to court number 2. Court number 2 at Purdue. As Daniel Labrador dropped the first set 6-love, but he's up 3-2 in the second set. So let's see how those turntables have turned on court 2. Yes, that was a Michael Scott reference. And that is match on court 4. Taylor Cataldi, 6-3, 6-love over Hannah McLogan. Wisconsin now up 3-love over Maryland. And Westhoff, as quickly as we can, let's head to court 2 keeping Maryland in our big screen. Court 2 at Maryland as Maria Shalikova is only 1 game away as well. She's up 6-3, 5-3 over Menorca Miranda. And that's match. Wisconsin clinches the 4-1 win. The number 19 Badgers take down number 49 Maryland. 4-1 the final score. So Wisconsin moves on in this Big Ten battle. The Wisconsin Badgers prove too much for the Maryland Terrapins. Wisconsin improves to 15-4 overall, 6-2 in Big Ten play. Wisconsin Badgers are now 8-3 overall on the road. And we stay here at Ohio State as we see an early second set lead as well for the Buckeyes on court 5. Ohio State. Alexander Bernard up 6-4, 3-love. Make that 4-love now over Michael Minaset. Meanwhile, Daniel Labrador being a dog on court 2. Coming back in the second set. Multiple points to go up 4-2 now for the Boilermakers. And we do see Ohio State with this 3-love lead over Wisconsin. Ohio State only needs 1 more. So the question is not if, but most likely when for these Buckeyes, as Justin Boulais did drop the first set 6-2, but he's up 3-1 on court 2, and Ken Kingsley took the first set on 1. He does trail 3-1 in the second. But we do have James Trotter and Alex Bernard seemingly in control in their matches for Ohio State. But it is important that 4-love to 5-love game, it can so easily become a closer set. So eyes on this battle here on court 5 at Ohio State as we see if Alexander Bernard can continue staying disciplined, continue to be that aggressive baseliner that he is, and stay patient. As we do see Michael Manassian is unhappy with the line judge. As we see, play does continue. Bernard is up 30-15 now. So he was awarded that last point, it does seem, although he was upset about something on the court. Meanwhile, Daniel Labrador has completely taken control on court 2. Labrador is a great example of if your team is getting a bit rolled over by a Northwestern team, Daniel Labrador has really stayed focused on his own match, because although college tennis is so much about this team sport, about using the energy from your teammates, it's sometimes important to just lock in on your own match and focus on what you're doing, because sometimes that is the answer to starting a momentum shift across the courts. And so we are seeing Labrador try to do that for the Boilermakers. Meanwhile, Alexander Bernard with a look at this Manassian second serve here at 30 all on court 5. And that's big. Manassian now. 2 points to hang in the set. Meanwhile, in this Purdue Northwestern battle, the Wildcats do have the first 2 points, and we are seeing actually Westhoff. Let's go to Presley Thienemann's court. Presley Thienemann up 6-4, 4-2 at court 4 over Milic Kasu. So Northwestern on the brink, putting another point on the board. Again, court 4 at Purdue. As Daniel Labrador is now up 4-3 in that second set for the Boilermakers. And we have a deuce point, a deciding point, game point on the right side of our screen. Westhoff, could we see that graphic where Alexander Bernard has the chance to go up 5-love in the second set? Deuce point, deciding point on 5. So Bernard now up 4-1 as Manassian with a big serve hangs in on court 5. And meanwhile, on the left side of our screen, we see Wildcats up 6-4, 4-2, just 2 points away from going up 5-2. As Presley Thienemann continues to roll. The junior from Carmel, Indiana. Went 12-0 on the singles court in 2021, losing only just 1 set from number 6 singles all season. Presley Thienemann was number 16 in the nation in his recruiting class before joining the Wildcats. Northwestern men on the season, 13-7. 2-1 in Big Ten play. They've won 5 matches on the road so far this season. So Presley Thienemann, 2 breakpoint opportunities here on court 4 at Purdue. Meanwhile, it seems as if we do have a deuce point deciding point now on court 4. As Presley Thienemann looks to break. Northwestern looking for its 4th win in a row in 2023. Coming off 3 dominant wins, 2 of those being 4 love decisions, including 4 love decision over number 63 Big Ten team Penn State. Of course, before that, Northwestern did drop a 4-1 contest to number 2 Ohio State, who you see on the right side of your screen. Is getting closer and closer to closing out a decision against Wisconsin. So Presley Thienemann Now up 6-4, 4-3 for the Wildcats. Northwestern up 2-love overall against Purdue. In West up, let's go to number 6 singles now. Number 6 singles at Purdue, because Felix Norby is up 6-4, 4-2 against Hassan Barodi. So we do see Wildcats are starting to close in on some second sets. Meanwhile, 6-4, 4-2 here on court 6 for Norby. In Northwestern, Purdue Wildcats looking for their pathway to 4, and seems pretty clear at the moment if Presley Thieneman can close this one out along with Felix Norby at the number 4 and 6 single spots. And Westhoff, let's actually hop over quickly to number 4 singles, as number 4 singles at Purdue, because Presley Thieneman seems to be making very quick work of this 4-3 game. Presley Thieneman with multiple chances to go up 5-3 now over Milej Kasu. And that is a 5-3 lead. 1 game away for Presley Thieneman. So we have a number of matches getting close to the finish line. Again, this is Perry Shannon, joined by super producer Daniel Westhoff for Cracked Racquets. So Thieneman is only 3 points away here on court 4. Meanwhile, Felix Norby up 6-4, 4-3 over Hassan Barodi at court 6 for Northwestern. Meanwhile, in this Nebraska-Penn State battle, Nebraska did take the doubles point, along with 3 first sets. Penn State did take a 7-5 decision in the first set on court number 2. And Westhoff, let's actually go to court number 4. Court number 4 at Penn State, as Lars Johan is up 6-4, 4-1 over Sam Boston. Court number 4 at Penn State in the upper left-hand corner of our screen. As it does seem that Penn State only has 4 courts. The 5 and 6 singles matches have not gone on yet. But Nebraska does have 3 first sets, and Nebraska only needs 3 more points. Nebraska men ranked 45 in the nation. Meanwhile, on Ohio State, court 5 here, as Alexander Bernard is 2 points away from clinching it for the Bucks. Meanwhile, we do have James Trotter up 6-2, 5-2 against Sebastian Weil at number 3 singles. So it's a race to the finish line for these Ohio State Buckeyes. Ohio State again, number 2 in the nation. As we see Manassian doing everything he can to hang in this match. Of course, Wisconsin looking to just make this match a little bit longer, keep the other Badgers on the court as long as possible. Michael Manassian makes it 5-2 now. So Westhoff, let's hop back on over to court number 3. Court number 3 at Ohio State as James Trotter is up 6-2, 5-2. Just 2 points away against Sebastian Weil. Meanwhile, in the lower left-hand corner of your screen, Presley Thieneman is up 6-4, 5-4 against Kasu. So he is only 1 game away. Meanwhile, Felix Norby is up 6-4, 5-3 against Hassan Barodi. So we do have the Wildcats with the potential to take 2 more points very quickly at Purdue. And we have a deuce point, match point, deciding point for Ohio State. Meanwhile, it's match point for Presley Thieneman. And that is wide. Presley Thieneman, 6-4, 6-4 win over Milej Kasu. Northwestern puts 3 on the board thanks to Presley Thieneman. Northwestern now with a match point at number 6 singles. Westhoff, let's see if we can go to number 6 singles as quickly as possible at Purdue. As we see Felix Norby with multiple match points. And meanwhile, that is match clinched by Ohio State for love over Wisconsin, the number 2 team in the nation. Advances in Big Ten play, 6-2, 6-2 for James Trotter. Ohio State takes the win over Wisconsin. And meanwhile, that's also match for the Northwestern Wildcats. A 4-love decision over Purdue. Felix Norby with a 6-4, 6-3 win over Hassan Barodi to clinch that match for the Wildcats. So it's 2:02 p.m. Eastern Time. And we have 2 matches that just finished at the exact same time. 2 4-love decisions for the Northwestern Wildcats and the Ohio State Buckeyes. Meanwhile, we head back on over to this Nebraska-Penn State battle. Nebraska up 6-4, 4-1 on court 2. Nebraska took the doubles point. And the Cornhuskers now up first sets on 3 of the 4 singles matches in action. Again, there are only 4 courts at Penn State, so 5 and 6 singles have not gone on yet. As we see Lars Johan up 6-4, 4-1 over Sam Bossum. So Nebraska again taking the opening doubles point and the first few first sets. And it's always tough for it. Perhaps puts a little bit more time pressure on these teams when you only have 4 courts, because if you're a team that does take the doubles point, of course, you want to get off the court, save energy as much as possible. So that does put a little bit more emphasis on these first 4 singles matches that go out and play. And of course, also puts a lot more pressure on 5 and 6, because if you get to that point where you haven't clinched yet and you have 2 singles matches still to play, then you have the potential of having a clinch match come down to a match that is just starting, which is always very nerve-wracking for the players, because it always takes a little bit, usually, not always, usually, to get settled into a match. So Lars Johan looking to close this one out. 6-4, 5-2 over Sam Boston. Meanwhile, Nebraska up 6-4, 3-2 on number 3 singles court. And we do see Ronnie Hiranata up 6-3, but down 4-3 against Charles Morgan on court number 1. So again, the concept of having only 4 courts, it makes the matches either last a very quick amount of time or very long amount of time, depending on how these 4 matches play out. But if you're a Nebraska fan, you are locked in now here on court 2. Lars Johan looks to close it out for the Cornhuskers. Lars Johan, a sophomore out of Germany. An international business major. He was on the Tom Osborne citizenship team last season for his efforts in the community. He was ranked number 102 in Germany, a career high ranking number 2 in the German 16 unders. Lars Johan, only a sophomore. So as this Nebraska-Purdue match unfolds, we do see multiple matches reaching the finish line in second sets, as some of these players try to push it to a third set. Meanwhile, Sam Bossom doing everything he can to hang in. And so, Nebraska men, 9-7 on the season. They're 1-2 in Big Ten play. Nebraska has dropped a number of competitions after trying to find a winning streak, trying to find their rhythm in 2023. They are 5-2 at home, but they have not won a match on the road yet. So this would be the first road win for the Cornhuskers in 2023. Meanwhile, we do see Lars Johan up 6-4, 5-2. In Westhoff, let's hop on over to court number 3. Court number 3 as Shunya Mariyama is up 6-4, 4-2 against Miko Ayala. So Nebraska is looking for a quick 2 more points to add to the board here against Penn State. And we do see players in action on all of these courts. Perhaps we are frozen here for a moment, but Shunya Mariyama, a senior out of Nagano, Japan. Mariyama, a psychology major. He earned 8 singles wins last spring. He won 16 overall on the year. He ranked 2nd on the team in number of wins on the season. Mariyama took over Nebraska's number 1 singles position as a sophomore. He also led the Big Red with 18 total wins as a freshman. Mariyama was a 4-time ITF junior doubles champion before joining the Cornhuskers. And meanwhile, Big Ten women's action. Number 5, Michigan, dropping the doubles point in a dramatic fashion. 11-9 in the tiebreak of the deciding doubles match to the Illinois Illini. The Illini are a top 35 team, but this would be a huge upset for Illinois. So Illinois takes the opening doubles point, and we're in some singles action between those two teams. And of course, we'll have that for you shortly here on Cracked Racquets. But in the meantime, Nebraska, without playing 5 and 6 singles yet, actually have a pathway to 4. Lars Johan up 6-4, 5-4 on court 4, and Shunya Mariyama 6-4, 4-2 here on court 3. And so that would be 2. And then on court 1, Ronnie Hiratana, the 6-3, 4-all advantage over Charles Morgan. Meanwhile, Leo Lindquist on court 2, about to send this match to 3 sets. So Nebraska 1 through 4. Is making waves. So we do see Cornhuskers and Nittany Lions with the changeover there. So Westhoff, in the meantime, let's hop back on over to court 4. Court 4 at Penn State, as Lars Johan is only 1 game away from giving Nebraska a 2-love lead. Again, Nebraska has not won a match on the road so far in 2023, so this would be a huge confidence win for the Cornhuskers. Meanwhile, Penn State 13-7 overall, and Penn State has not won a Big Ten match yet. So this is a big confidence win for both of these teams. Again, neither team currently in the running for a Big Ten title or even a top 3 finish in this conference, but for sure a big confidence win for both of these squads, whoever is able to come out on top today. And Penn State is 10-3 at home. So Nittany Lions are comfortable playing at home. As we see, we are now tied at 5-all in the second set. So although Nebraska has the advantage overall, Penn State's saying, I'm not going anywhere yet. Meanwhile, Shunya Mariyama on court 3 up 6-4, 4-2. We will keep you updated when that scoreboard updates for us. And Mariyama, let's go back now to court 3 Westhoff, because it seems that those players are back in action. Court 3 at Penn State, as Shunya Mariyama is up 6-4, 5-2 over Miko Viala. Again, court number 3 at Penn State. So Cornhuskers took the first sets on 3 of the 4 singles courts and were tied up in the second set on courts 1 and 4. Meanwhile, court 3, Nebraska could take this. And of course, we will have the Michigan women in action soon enough. But in the meantime, we see if Mariyama could take this match for Nebraska. The senior taking on Miko Ayala. Ayala, a junior from the Philippines. Ayala also has made a big impact on the Nittany Lions program. He was the best doubles player on the team. His sophomore year last season, he went 11-6 on the doubles court and also had the best overall record on the team his freshman year, 12-5, including a 5-match win streak. And Ayala's from the Rafael Nadal Academy, and Ayala's younger sister, Alex Ayala, is a big name in junior tennis. She also trains at the Rafael Nadal Academy, and Rafa has done a lot of social media promotion with her. She's a known name. She's on the rise as well, so watch that name in both junior tennis and maybe pros one day. Who knows? But we do see the advantage in this match so far is for the Cornhusker. Shunya Mariyama. And Alex Ayala is already 214 in the WTA. She's only 17 years old. She is, of course, the best tennis player in the Philippines. She did drop a 6-2, 7-5 decision to Irina Camelia Begu in the first round of the Miami Open, but Ayala and her brother both excelling on the court. So Mariyama, there's been a long game here. We are sensing either a deuce point or match point. Coming up again, we do not have point by point, but it seems as if we are nearing the end of this match. And so Lars Johan now has a 6-4, 6-5 lead on court number 4. Charles Morgan is down 5-4, though, in the second set on court 1. So it looks like there's a potential for 2 3-set matches out of the matches that are currently in action here. And of course, the way that this works with 4 courts is as soon as one of these matches finishes, then the number 5 singles match will go on. As we see Shunya Mariyama just a few points away from adding another one to the Nebraska scoreboard. The Nebraska men, number 45 in the nation, taking on number 73 Penn State. Cornhuskers looking for their first win on the road in 2023. And meanwhile, we will be bringing you Michigan women's tennis taking on Illinois. as we start with this number 1 singles action. Again, Illinois has the opening doubles point as Kate Dong takes on Kari Miller. Miller has a 6-3, 3-2 lead for the Wolverines. And so we do see Jaden Brown taking the first set 6-love over Ashley Yeah. She is down 5-3 in the second set, though. And Westhoff, let's actually quickly hop on over to court 3 at Illinois, court 3, because Julia Fliegner in a tiebreak against Megan Hooser. Hooser's up 5-2 in the breaker. This is just a first set tiebreak. So Michigan has 3 first sets. This is spicy. Michigan only has 3 first sets. The Wolverines need 4. They need 4 matches. Illinois. So this tiebreak here, Illinois could have a big advantage if the Illini are able to take this tiebreak. And Megan Hooser now has multiple set points. Westhoff, could we see that set point graphic? Set points for Megan Hooser. And that's set. Megan Hooser throws her hands up in the air for a 6-7-6 first set win over Julia Fliegner. That is huge for the Illini, and Hooser knew that, because that gives the Illini 3 first sets. 3 first sets for the Illini. Make that 4. So Westhoff, let's go to court 2. Court 2 is at Illinois. It looks like Ashley Yaz up set point here over Jaden Brown to send this match to 3 sets. And it looks like she did. So we are going the distance on court 2. Meanwhile, on the left side of our screen, it looks like Nebraska does clinch that match, rather take that match at the number 3 single spot, Shunya Mariyama, with a 6-4, 6-2 win over Miko Iyala. So Westhoff, let's head back over to court number 4 at Penn State. Court number 4 at Penn State. As Lars Johan just won as well. So now Nebraska up 3-love over Penn State. So let's quickly go to court number 1, as Ronnie Hiratana could be the answer for the Cornhuskers without even having to play a 5 and 6 singles match. Again, this is pretty dominant from the Cornhuskers. Ronnie Hiratana up 6-3, 5-all now. Meanwhile, Ashley did send that match to a 3rd set at court 2 at Illinois. So Westhoff, let's go to court number 5. Court number 5 at Illinois is Kasia Traber took the first set 6-4 over Lily Jones and is up 3-2 in the second set. Looks like we have a deuce point deciding point in action here. And Lily Jones, it seems, or rather, it seems our scoreboard is a bit ahead of us. As we do see it's game point for Kasia Traber. And that's 4-2 for Traber. As we see head coach Ronnie Bernstein on the sidelines for the Wolverines. A 4-2 lead for Traber. Lily Jones, one of the most successful players on the Wolverines in her first ever season in college tennis. Jones went on a huge win streak in the beginning of the spring, has dropped a few since then. But this would be one of the biggest wins in Traber's career in the college tennis space. Jones, the closest player to us, on two hands on both sides. As we see, Jones finds her way into the net. Meanwhile, Charles Morgan does take a 6-5 lead on court 1 at Penn State. So Morgan looking to send this match to 3 sets as well. And the wind has really been a factor. And we've talked about this all day with these outdoor matches because we did have that windstorm in the central part of the U.S. from all the way to D.C. to the center of Illinois, where we're seeing Illinois take on Michigan. And the Wolverines and Illini are really used to playing indoor matches. Most of these Big Ten schools really train to be indoor players. So on court 6, Gala Messacherito is up 5-2 in the second set after dropping the first 6-3 to Kita Ferrari. And at the number 1 single spot, Kari Miller, edging closer and closer to putting the Wolverines on the board. Again, 2.5 hours into a match, we're not used to saying putting the Wolverines on the board. But that is the vibe here at Illinois. The Michigan Wolverines are 14-3 overall in 2023. They're 6-0 in Big Ten play. So this would be their first loss in the Big Ten in 2023. They're 5-2 in away matches. Meanwhile, the Illini are 12-5 overall. So they're also having a season to note. They're 4-0. Both teams undefeated in Big Ten play. The Illini men, of course, a feeder to the pros. And we're seeing the women have a lot of college tennis success in 2023. Meanwhile, Nebraska only needs one more match against Penn State. As the men are squaring off on the left side of your screen, we do see Nebraska's Leo Lindquist with a 3-1 lead in the third set on court 2, but we're locked in here on court 1 as Ronnie Hiratana looks to make it a second set tiebreak after taking the first set over the Nittany Lions. And Traber now with multiple points to go up 6-4, 5-2 over Lily Jones. So we will keep you updated with Kari Miller as well, as we will head there next at Illinois. But Lily Jones forces a deuce point deciding point, huge point here in Illinois. Westhoff, could we see that deuce point deciding point graphic? Deuce point deciding point between Trieber and Jones. And Lily Jones nets that return to serve, and she is down 6-4, 5-2 to Kasha Trieber. And meanwhile, Westhoff, let's hop back on over to court 1 because Kari Miller doing everything she can to put Michigan on the board. Miller's up 6-3, 4-3 with multiple points to go up 5-3. Again, Michigan Wolverines need 4 of these 6 singles matches. Wolverines only have 3 first sets. Meanwhile, Kari Miller with multiple chances to be just 1 game away from taking this match on court 1. And it's a tiebreak on court 1 at Penn State. So could the Nebraska Cornhuskers close this out before the 5 and 6 singles matches are even in action? So Kari Miller is now 4-3, 40-30 for Miller. And so Illinois is close to making it 2-love, though, as Kasha Trieber does have a 6-2, 5-2. 6-4, 5-2 lead, rather, over Lily Jones. As we see if Jones can hang in. Jones, who has been known on the Michigan Wolverine squad to come back from big deficits. So we never count out that gritty freshman. And we see Penn State hanging in on court 1 in this tiebreak. We have a forehand battle here on court 1. Kari Miller just 3 points away from putting the Wolverines on the board. Again, Michigan ranked number 5 in the nation. Illinois ranked 34. So the question is, Big Ten fans, is an upset brewing? Cornhusker men, though, showing out on the road, looking for their first road win of 2023. We have a tiebreak here on court 1, and Leo Linquit for the Cornhuskers up 4-2 in the 3rd set. And on the right side of our screen, it's all eyes on Kari Miller. Miller, a player that uses her athleticism, as well as, of course, high racket head speed on that forehand side. Kari Miller's younger sister, Reese Miller, following in her footsteps as a Michigan women's tennis commit. Miller will graduate this spring and head to the Wolverines program. As we see Kari Miller with multiple match points. Westhoff, could we see that match point graphic for Kari Miller? Match points for Michigan's Kari Miller. Meanwhile, Lily Jones fighting. Has made it now 5-3 deficit in the second set. We'll head there after this match. Again, the wind factor on this match point. It's Kari Miller nets that one. Kari Miller now still with multiple match points. And we do have that tiebreak in action on court one as Nebraska looks to win this tiebreak and clinch the win over Penn State. In Westhoff, can we see that match point graphic for Michigan's Kari Miller? And if the Wolverines want this match, they're going to have to dig deep. As we see Miller looking to close this one out at number one. Singles. And that's the win. Kari Miller, 6-3, 6-3 over Kate Dong. Miller puts Michigan on the board after 2.5 hours battling outside in the wind at Illinois. Michigan women's tennis is on the board. In Westhoff, let's jump on over to court number 5. Court number 5 as Lily Jones is doing everything she can to make this a longer match against Kasia Trieber. Jones is down 6-4, 5-3, but has 2 chances to make it 5-4. And on the left side of our screen, the tiebreak still in action for the Cornhuskers and Nittany Lions. And we see Lily Jones putting more and more pressure on Trieber here, just staying very patient at the baseline. Jones perhaps cutting down on the errors because she has 2 hands on both sides, has that very, very simple footwork, but also footwork that holds up well in the wind. So it is actually somewhat surprising to see Jones struggling outside here because out of all the Michigan players who are used to playing indoors, and same with the Illinois players, it is a bit surprising to see this freshman struggling a bit because Jones, again, has great footwork to have 2 hands on both sides, to have all those adjustment steps that she usually needs indoors. It should translate to outdoor tennis as well. And that certainly does, as Lily Jones hangs in and she's down 5-4 now. So from 5-2 to 5-4. In the second set, she hangs on against Kasia Trieber. Meanwhile, Westhoff, let's go to court number 4 because the lock for Michigan in 2023 has been Andrea Serdan. The senior has been unbelievable at this number 4 through 6 single spot. I mean, Serdan would play number 1 or 2 singles in basically most teams across the nation, but here at Michigan, the number 5 squad in the country. She's playing 4 through 6. Serdan has not lost a match in a long moment. Serdan's up 6-2, 4-3 against Josie Frazier. And Serdan, another player whose game really translates well from indoor to outdoor tennis. Very simple ground stroke. She just turns in straight to the ball. She's not the tallest presence on the court, but has a lot of power that she uses from the ground, as we see Serdan now just 2 games away from giving Michigan a lead in this match. Could be a 2-1 lead for the Wolverines, and a lot of pressure now on the freshman Lily Jones at that number 5 single spot as well. Just hang in any way that she can, because scoreboard pressure is everything now. Again, both teams have not lost a match in Big Ten action. And on the left side of our screen, seems that this tiebreak is still a thing on court 1. Meanwhile, the number 57th ranked Iowa Hawkeyes are taking on Indiana as well in Big Ten action, and we'll be bringing that match to you shortly. And in the meantime, Serdan on the right side of our screen tries to give the Wolverines a lead. So from down 1-love to 2-1. Again, Wolverines need 3 more. So does Illinois. Serdan's just ripping on the far side of our screen. So we do see Michigan with an early 2-1 lead from Julia Fleekner after dropping that tough 7-6 decision in the first set to Megan Hooser. Fleekner is up early in the second set. Being a factor. Cannot say it enough that we're just seeing a lot of the girls that have technically sound games and already have that great footwork indoors. That's what's translating so well to outdoors. And we're seeing Serdan now just 2 points away from taking a 5-3 lead in the second set against Josie Frazier. And meanwhile, Lily Jones, multiple points to make it 5-all in the second set. Jones was down 6-4, 5-2 against Kasia Trieber, and she's back. Not surprised about that at all from the Michigan freshman. Meanwhile, Gala Masachirito taking on Kita Ferrari at the number 6 single spot. We haven't chatted about that yet, and of course we will bring that to you as well, but Masachirito drops the second set but is down 3-love. In the third set after 2-love rather in the third set after taking the second set 6-2 over Kita Ferrari. So the Wolverines are battling. Now, is the pathway to 4 clear? Not yet, but we do see credit to Josie Frazier, who is now looking for multiple points to tie up the second set. So we see Serdan showing a bit of frustration on the far side of our screen. We are just kicking off the third set at court 1 at Penn State in Westoff. Let's hop on over to court 2 as soon as possible. Court 2 at Penn State, as Leah Lindquist is now up 5-3 in the third set. So in the time that it took for the number 1 singles players to play 2 sets, we almost have 3 sets complete with Leo Lindquist and Lauren Byers, as Lindquist is up 5-3, again 1 game away from clinching this match for the Cornhuskers.
Here we go, Hawk.
Meanwhile, we do have 6 matches in action at Penn State, with 1-love leads going to both Cornhuskers. Meanwhile, we have a deuce point deciding point for Serdan and Fraser. Deuce point deciding point. It's Andrea Serdan doing everything she can to hold on to this lead. Second serve, Serdan gets a look. And that sails long. We're tied at 4 in the second set. Meanwhile, Westhoff, let's go back to court number 5 as Lily Jones has stormed back from a 6-4, 5-2 deficit. It's now 30-all against Kasia Treber. Lily Jones fighting to go up 6-5 in the second set. That'd be 4 straight games for the freshman. And all of a sudden, a match that looks so dire for Michigan, it looks slightly less dire again still. Both teams are still in danger in this match for sure. Meanwhile, all eyes on the upper left-hand corner of our screen as well as Leo Lindquist is about to clinch for Nebraska. He can string together a few more points, Lindquist on the far side of our screen. And we do have Indiana with a 2-1 lead over Iowa on the bottom left corner of our screen. And meanwhile, it's 4-all here on court 4 between Serdan and Fraser. Serdan misses the volley. So we're seeing Josie Fraser. Credit to Fraser for really both hanging in, but also just running down a lot of balls against Serdan, who is getting a bit uncharacteristically impatient here on court 4. Again, both these teams are used to playing indoors where the points are shorter. Perhaps that approach shot from Serdan wouldn't have come back against most girls, but against Josie Fraser, especially outside, Fraser was able to track that down and make Serdan hit one more ball. So if you're an Illinois fan right now, your eyes are on Josie Fraser and her potential to take a lead in this second set as Fraser. We're now at 15-all. Our scoreboard is a bit ahead of us on the bottom of our screen. Meanwhile, it's a deuce point deciding point on court 2 in the lower left-hand corner. Meanwhile, Josie Fraser continues to grind. And it's working. Serdan took the first set 6-2, and Serdan, again, an aggressive baseliner who is comfortable stepping into short balls and coming in. So perhaps in the second set, Fraser has been able to get the ball a little bit deeper, which keeps Serdan at the baseline, maybe makes her a bit more uncomfortable, a bit more impatient, especially outside. As we check in with court 5, we see Kasia Treber is now up 6-5, so Lily Jones unable to take that second set lead after coming back from a 5-2 deficit in Westhoff. Let's hop on over to court 5 because Kasia Treber is getting closer and closer to the finish line. She's just now 3 points away from giving Illinois a 2-1 lead over the Wolverines. Again, Treber doing a nice job of withstanding that surge from Jones to come back as we see. Treber is now up 15-love. Again, our scoreboards are a bit ahead of us. Or rather, that is the 30 love point. So Lily Jones hanging in. She finds her way into net. And again, something else that is off-putting about playing a player like Jones is she has two hands on both sides. So that can be, as Alex Gruskin likes to say, a blessing or a curse. It's a blessing, of course, because opponents, it's a little bit harder to read what's coming off your racket. But again, you do need that extra footwork to get behind the ball. And so we are seeing Jones at times making some uncharacteristic baseline errors. Perhaps it is because of that need for the extra footwork here. As Lily Jones, though, she's hanging in. She's a fighter. And Illinois needs 3 more. And Illinois is a few points away on 5. And they're a few games away on court 2. Now Ashley, now up 4-2 in the third set against Jaden Brown. And of course, we will keep you updated with that score as well. But meanwhile, it is 5-4 in the third set for Leo Linquit in the upper left-hand corner of your screen as he looks to clinch it for the Cornhuskers. So it is a tie break here on court 5. As Lily Jones, the freshman, has stepped up all season, and she continues to do so here on court 5. And we're going to a breaker in the second set as Jones looks to hang in this match. And meanwhile, Ashley Yaz just a few points away from going up 5-2 in the third set against Jaden Brown. So the pressure is on Lily Jones to extend this match, to take this tiebreak. In Westhoff, meanwhile, it's tough for us to leave this match, but I think we need to go back to Andrea Serdan on court 4 because we have a few matches that are close to being finished. So we'll keep our eye on that Treber-Jones tiebreak, but let's head back to Andrea Serdan on court number 4 because Serdan is just 1 game away from making it 2-1 for the Wolverines. Meanwhile, in the lower left-hand corner of your screen, we do have Indiana with the 2-1 lead over Iowa. Iowa is the ranked team in this matchup, a top 60 squad for the women. And meanwhile, we do see Leo Lindquist clinching the match for Nebraska. So the Cornhuskers take a 4-love win over the Nittany Lions. Nebraska takes its first win on the road in 2023. As we see Leo Lindquist showing the emotion on the court. He is happy to get through that one, 6-4 in the third over Lauren Byers. Nebraska takes the 4-love win as the top 50 ranked men move past number 73, Penn State. Meanwhile, we hop back to this Serdan Fraser match on the left side of your screen. And Indiana up 2-1 overall against Iowa. But Iowa looking to make this a 2-all match here on court 6. Hawkeyes up 5-3 in the third set. And Serdan again, a player that's been clutch for the Wolverines all season at that 4-6 spot, and we are seeing a bit of uncharacteristic impatience from Serdan on these outdoor courts at Illinois. And so Serdan closest to us in the long sleeves. We'll have to see if she can settle back into her game in this potentially final game of the match. And sometimes when you're on a winning streak like Serdan is, it's a lot easier because you have that internal confidence and easier to settle back into yourself and find yourself out there. As we see Serdan with a look at the second serve here on court 4. And it's 30-all. Serdan is 2 points away from making it 2-1 Wolverines. Meanwhile, Iowa 2 points away from making it 2-all in the overall contest, as Iowa looks to defend their home court against Indiana. Iowa women number 57 in the nation. Andrea Serdan has a match point. Match point for Serdan Westhoff. Could we have that match point graphic for the Michigan senior? And you know what? It's double match point. Match point for Iowa, match point for Michigan. Match point, match point. Andrea Serdan with the huge win. Clutch for Michigan. 6-2, 6-4 over Josie Frazier. Michigan takes the lead. 2-1 Wolverines in front. And meanwhile, on the right side of your screen, Westhoff, let's see that match point graphic yet again. As Iowa now, deuce point, match point in the third set, up 5-3 in the third. Meanwhile, unfortunately, Rutgers, Minnesota women has been postponed. Again, Rutgers, Minnesota has been postponed because of travel delays with the Golden Gophers. So that match will be rescheduled, which was supposed to kick off today at 1 p.m., Rutgers and Minnesota. But I heard yesterday that Minnesota had still not taken off. So it is not easy, again, to get a flight during these stormy weekends. We had a huge windstorm in the middle of the country. So that match will be played at a later date. And we play on court 6. As Iowa leads 5-4 in the third set. Meanwhile, Gala Mesachirito. Talk about another clutch player for the Wolverines. Mesachirito has been responsible for a lot of big clinches at the number 6 single spot, and she's back up 4-2 over Kita Ferrari in the third set. And if you're an Illinois fan, keep your eye out for Kasha Traber, who now is opening the third set against Lily Jones after Lily Jones, the freshman, comes back from 5-2 in the second set. takes the second set 7-6. Meanwhile, Julia Fliegner, after dropping 7-6 first set, she's up 4-3 rather in the second set against Megan Hooser at the number 3 singles spot. In Westhoff, we'll keep our eye on number 2 singles. Actually, let's head to number 2 singles. Westhoff, yeah, let's head to number 2 singles at Illinois because Ashley is up 5-3 in the second set after taking the first. After taking the second, Ashley is up 5-3 in the third set against Jaden Brown. So she is 1 game away. This could be a 2-all match very quickly. Folks, this could also be a 4-3 match very quickly, very likely. Meanwhile, on the right side of our screen, Iowa looking to close it out and make it a 2-all contest overall. As we see Jaden Brown all over the net. And Brown stays in there using that double skill. Jaden Brown with the quick hands at net. She takes a 30-love lead over Ashley in this third set battle. Meanwhile, Kita Ferrari has multiple points to make it 4-3 for Gala Mesachirito. So Mesachirito is still up in the third set for the Wolverines. So Jaden Brown has had a huge impact on Michigan during her time with the Wolverines. Jaden Brown, the junior from Indiana. She was ranked number 2 in the nation with Kari Miller on the doubles court heading into this season, and on March 21st rather, and she's the number 30 player in the nation this season. And we see Brown multiple chances now to make it 5-4 in the third set. So the women on both sides of our screens. Ashley, looking to close it out. We've got 5-4, 30-all in the third set on court 6 at Iowa. And again, Michigan is up 2-1, but we're hanging in, says Jaden Brown, as it's 5-4 now for Ashley in the third set. In Westhoff, let's hop back on over to court 6 at Illinois. Court 6 at Illinois as Gala Mesachirito 2 games away from making it 3-1 Michigan. Meanwhile, Lily Jones has ripped off to a 2-love start in the third set against Kasia Trieber. So Lily Jones was down 5-2 in the second set. And then that's a 6-game win streak that she has gone on, Lily Jones, the Michigan freshman. Meanwhile, Gala Mesachirito Another aggressive baseliner for the Wolverines. Another player that's really used to playing indoors. Mesachirito from Greece. And she went 13-7 on the singles court. She went 13-6 in dual matches. That was last season. Going 11-5 at number 6. So Mesachirito really establishing herself as a tough out at this number 6 single spot. As we see Mesachirito now, multiple points to go up 5-3 in this third set for the Wolverines. And if we talk about the space that Michigan and Ohio State have created for themselves on this separate tier in the Big Ten on both the men's and women's side, well, we can say that Illinois is definitely top 3, top 4 squad in this Big Ten singles action, because not just singles, but doubles as well. Again, Illinois taking the doubles point over Michigan, and so far, that is the only doubles point that Illinois has gotten. The only singles point that they've gotten on the board, as well as the Wolverines are proving why they are a top 5 squad. Just refusing to go away. So Mesachirito, multiple points to go up 5-3 now. And she does. Gala Mesachirito up 5-3 in the third set against Kita Ferrari. Meanwhile, we're all tied up at 5 in the third set on the right side of our screen as Indiana saying, I don't want this match to be tied. Indiana Hoosiers playing so tough on the road against the Iowa Hawkeyes. Iowa, of course, playing without standout Alexa Knoll, who spent the first 2 seasons with the Hawkeyes program. And Alexa Knoll only lost 1 match her freshman year for the Hawkeyes. Knoll, of course, now has transferred after 2 seasons to the Miami program. She's playing number 1 for the Hurricanes. So from Big Ten to ACC action. But Alexa Knoll had a big impact on this Iowa program. So we see Gala Mesachirito now 3 points away from giving the Wolverines a 3-1 lead. Meanwhile, we do see Ashley, take a 6-4 decision in the third set against Jaden Brown. So we are tied at 2. Tied at 2 with Michigan, Illinois. Westhoff, if we could update that scoreboard in the upper left corner of our screen. It's 2-all between Illinois and the number 5 team in the nation, the Michigan Wolverines. And we have Gala Mesachirito now 2 points away against Kita Ferrari. Mesachirito, a junior. She's 30-7 overall on the singles court for the Wolverines. As we see Kita Ferrari, though, doing a great job hanging in, just keeping the ball nice and deep against Ferrari. And that sets up multiple points for Ferrari to hang in there. And she does. 5-4, Messerschmitt leads in the third set. And so Westhoff, let's head on over to court number 5. Court number 5 as Lily Jones has dropped a game. Didn't know if that was ever going to happen after she was down 5-2 in the second set to Kasha Trieber, but it's 2-1. Lily Jones in this third set. Meanwhile, we do see Michigan State taking the number 5 singles match over Northwestern. 6-4, 6-1. So Michigan State gets on the board against Northwestern. So 3-1 Wildcats still lead. Messerschmitt back in action now. Meanwhile, we check in with Lily Jones. Takes that opening point with a lob. And Westhoff, let's actually head back to court 6. To court 6 as Messerschmitt looks to close it out against a gritty Kita Ferrari. Ferrari, a sophomore from Alabama. She was ranked number 18 in the nation in the girls' 16s. Ferrari wants to go into the medical field after her tennis career, and we see it now 15-all between Ferrari and Messerschmitt. Huge forehand from the racket, Gala Messerschmitt. So just 3 points away. Easier said than done. Meanwhile, Lily Jones, multiple points to go up 3-1 against Kasha Trieber in the third set. And Julia Fliegner does take the second set 6-3 over Megan Hauser. So now we are at a deuce point to open up the third set. And of course, it's Messerschmitt now. If you're a Michigan fan, all eyes are on this match. Can the Wolverines extend the lead? To 3-1 with the help of this junior from Greece. As we see a backhand battle here on court 6. Messerschmitt, too solid. She goes up 30-15 against Kita Ferrari. So Gala Messerschmitt. That first serve is just wide. So Messerschmitt now with a look at the second serve. And that is a double fault to set up a match point for Gala Messerschmitt. And Lily Jones does go up 3-1 in the third set. Megan Hauser ends up going up 1-love early on in the third set against Julia Fliegner. So we have 3 matches in action. Each team needs 2. Both women keeping the ball nice and deep here on this match point. Gala Mesachirito. 3-6, 6-2, 6-4 over Kita Ferrari. She flings her racket in frustration as Mesachirito, defense and offense, comes out on top today for the Wolverines. Michigan is now up 3-1 over Illinois. In Westhoff, let's hop on over to court 5. In that time, Lily Jones is already up 4-1 in the third set against Kasia Trieber. So we're 2 games away from this match being clinched. Meanwhile, Megan Hauser and Julia Fliegner are early on in the third set. 1-love for the Illini. But let's head to court 5. Lily Jones up 4-1 rather, over Kasia Trieber. Again, Jones coming back from a 5-2 deficit after dropping the first set. And the freshman is here for it. Meanwhile, we do have Indiana taking a 7-5 decision in the third set. Iowa leading most of that third set. If you're an Iowa fan, that is a tough blow for the Hawkeyes. And meanwhile, we do see on the left side of our screen 3-1 for the Wolverines. And we do see Indiana ends up clinching that match 4-2 over Iowa. So Indiana with the upset on the road over a ranked Iowa team. So Indiana picks up a Big Ten win with a 4-2 victory over the Iowa Hawkeyes. And now Lily Jones coming back from 5-2. In the second set now, Jones up 4-1 against Kasia Trieber. And again, Lily Jones with 2 hands on both sides closest to our screen. Jones with the big serve on that deuce side. As we see associate head coach Taryn Ashley Finch on the sidelines for Michigan. Lily Jones putting the pressure on at net. So we have a 30-all point here on 5. Jones ripping and gripping the line. It's a game point for Lily Jones to go up 5-1 in the third set. Meanwhile, the only other match still active is playing at a normal pace of tennis where we're at 1-1 in the third set. Meanwhile, Lily Jones has just gone on a tear. So now Jones looking to break and clinch the match. We're the number 5 ranked Wolverines, again handing Illinois potentially its first Big Ten loss of the 2023 season. Both of these teams have not dropped a Big Ten match. That's 1 for Lily Jones, 3 points away. The freshman. That's 2 for Lily Jones. Jones really relying on the simplicity of her ground stroke. She just turns and goes straight to the ball. She's been able to clean up that footwork outdoors to get better distance to all the balls, and we're seeing that depth really improve off the racket of Jones and give her opportunities to step in and control the points like she's doing. So that one just sails a bit long. Casa Treber hanging in there for the Illini. Two points away for Lily Jones. That one just widened. It's 30-all. Cassia Treber just grinding from the baseline. So it's 30-all here in Illinois. Jones getting a look at the second serve. Here in Illinois. That is a double fault. That is a match point. Meanwhile, Jones still battling with Treber here on court 5. The Wolverines are only 2 points away. Jones at the net. Lily Jones forces a deuce point, match point, deciding point here on court 5. Lily Jones just 1 point away from clinching this match for the Michigan Wolverines. And if you're an Illinois fan, critical moment. Can Cassia Treber keep this match going a little longer? Jones does not get it, and we play on. 5-2, Lily Jones leads in the third set. Shout out to Kasia Trieber, who is hanging in. Again, deep ground strokes from Trieber. That's really allowing her to just hang in there and start to neutralize the point against a Jones that has looked to step in on every ball in this third set in Westhoff. Let's hop on over to court 3 as Julia Fliegner has a 2-1 lead over Megan Hauser in the third set. Again, court 3, because Julia Fliegner, who drops a tough first set, 7-6, comes back, takes the second set 6-3, and is now up 2-1 against Megan Hauser. And that's a 2-1 after dropping a deuce point, deciding point in the first game. So we're actually going to stay here with Jones as now these players are back in action on court 5. Lily Jones on the far side looking to serve it out for the Wolverines. That's one for Lily Jones. Jones on offense, and that is just a rip. She is stepping in, taking time away from Kasia Trieber. We're playing outdoor tennis, and Lily Jones is making this like her indoor palace here at Illinois. Jones now just 2 points away. Ever since being down 5-2 in the second set after dropping the first set, Lily Jones has just turned on the jets. Trieber here has a look at a Jones second serve. Quadruple match point for Lily Jones, the freshman from Michigan. Looking to give the Wolverines a huge Big Ten win on the road, hand Illinois its first loss of the Big Ten season in 2023. Jones with the second serve. And that is a double fault on match point. Jones still has 3 more chances to close out this match for the University of Michigan. Another second serve look here for Kasia Trieber. And that one sails out. Kasia Trieber hanging on by a thread. It's 40-30 again. Another match point for Lily Jones. Westhoff, could we see that match point graphic? 40-30, Jones leads. And it's deuce. Deuce point, deciding point, match point. All of the points. So this is a match point for Lily Jones and a match point for the 5th-ranked Wolverines. Another second serve here on court 5. We play on After 4 match points, Lily Jones unable to convert. And it's 5-3. Jones still in front. Lily Jones showing a bit of a human side there, dropping those match points on pretty quick points, especially for Jones, who is used to battling from the baseline. Kasia Traber takes the opening point with that dropper. $15 love Traber. So we're tied 15-all. And in this moment, if you're Lily Jones, of course, the most important thing is just to stay within yourself. And we did see on those 4 match points that Lily Jones was not able to convert. We did see Jones get a bit impatient, a bit of her freshman side showing, but again, Jones coming back from a set in 5-2 down to now have this commanding lead in the third set. And she steps in that beautiful 2-handed forehand to set up a 30-15 advantage in this game. Jones with the consistent aggression to set up match point. Match point number 5 for the freshman. That falls in off the racket of Kasia Traber, an unbelievable point to play match point down. A drop shot and lob that hits the line. Illinois fans, Kasia Traber coming up clutch. Setting up match point number 6 for Lily Jones. And she does it. Lily Jones on the number 6 match point. 4-6, 7-6, 6-3 over Kasia Traber. Lily Jones gives Michigan a 4-1 win over Illinois. Michigan Wolverines proving why they are the number 5 team in the nation. Again, Michigan Wolverines coming back from a doubles point that was maybe one of the most epic doubles points that we will see here in Big Ten action in 2023. Michigan drops the doubles point in the deciding match, 11-9 in the tiebreak. Comes back, wins 4-1, doesn't even drop another point. Michigan Wolverines number 5 in the nation for a reason. We saw why. Freshman Lily Jones was down a set in 5-2, comes back, takes the decision 6-3 in the third set. Lily Jones and the Wolverines, they're still undefeated, handing Illinois its first Big Ten loss of 2023. Well, it's been a day. This is Perry Shannon, joined by super producer Daniel Westoff. Thank you for joining us. And of course, we'll have Big Ten action, SEC action, ACC action. We have it all for you here on Cracked Racquets. Thank you for joining us. We'll be back next week.